everybody. Looks like we are back. I put in a decent amount of time trying to farm up resources. So we shouldn't be going as slow as we were last time. We check the bag. Yeah. Hoping this will hold us through the rest of the game. Is this the house with the guy? So last time we managed to finish up the ice type gym, which means now we gotta do a rival fight with Hawk and the dark type gym. Never knew you could turn that on with minus as well. Anyway, I think this is the right level, or the right weather to get Kling Klang to spawn, luckily enough. Yep, okay. This is one thing I want to check. Does this guy have quick balls? No. Okay, let's pick out the Pokemon who we want for a level 46 Kling Klang. I think it might just be Azula. No, we need stuff that's resistant to steel. Alright, let's see. Before we jump right into the fight, I am gonna go and check a couple of the traders because I really would like quick balls and I don't think I can get them in shops. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Happy Friday to you too. Why do I think there was one over here? Oh well, there's one down here on the left anyway. Because, yeah, I really do just want a quick ball. Finally, last place I checked. I'll grab 5 so I never have to go looking for them again. I don't think I'll ever use that many. Oh, right. We'll also grab a stone edge too, because that could come in handy. Got a shortage of rock coverage on my team. that is the only Pokemon this run that has just gotten into the Pokeball. Also, here's what is... Okay, the current level cap is 46. I'm not super worried. We have a lot of fairy and bug types. Who should you be? I'm just not going to be picky here. Hi, Bilbo. Welcome to the team. Neutral nature, I'll take it. I need a zap cannon. Can't keep him around for the moment. He is at the level cap, but Twin is a very handy Pokemon to have around. Alright, let's work out what we're gonna do for the hop fight here. So that's the next hurdle. He's back to a more normal team, but he does still have Snorlax. And we do still have a shortage of fighting coverage. Which does make Snorlax tricky. Oh, you're level 49, not even 46. For some reason I thought you were lower. Cerebi said it would be lower. I don't know why that isn't level 46. I think we'll want you. Because you have body press, and we can use stuffed cheeks to get ahead with that. Bulbapedia. Welcome to the stream, Lastborn. There you are. Okay, so his Double doesn't have Fluffy. What are the actual stats on Double? I don't know if I've ever checked. So, pretty middling, all things considered. Pincurchin should be manageable. Especially if we have a ground type attack. Or just a grass type that doesn't care about being paralyzed. Thanks for the hydrate, Lastborn. I don't think we benefit much from having a water type this time around, because he doesn't have, like, multiple fire types, weirdly enough. Corviknight can be dealt with by any fire type, so can Rillaboom. I think Strawberry is the better option there, potentially. I would rather have the option that can take hits. Oh, also a couple of random Pokemon that I had never bothered to before have evolved since the last stream, just because I was leveling stuff to fight raid dens. There's one other thing I want to check. Well, there are a couple other things I want to check, but among them... Uiharu, did you ever know aromatherapy? No. Oh, what to go with? Might just leave that one as is. Now you need some different moves. Yeah, there's no point in running Sunny Day on you anymore. Gabi, do you need any moves? Honestly, it shouldn't be a very difficult fight. I should probably teach Gabimaru Flamethrower, though. Alright, the only other question is which berry to have Freeman holding, really, because there is a chance that I want a different one. Not one of the normal pinch berries, but do I have a stat increase pinch berry? I don't think I need to use one of those just yet. I'm honestly thinking I just lead with Freerun, set that up. Do I, though? No, I think I bring Freerun in for Snorlax specifically. Shouldn't take too much from anything that thing is doing. And Strawberry should do fine against Corvic Knight, as long as I make sure to keep it healthy against the double. And Hop is a dirty cheater again, so he will still use an item. But yeah, this should be easy enough. I love how we just accept this random piece of cloth in a restaurant as, you know, historical evidence. Hop's most threatening Pokemon are pretty consistently his Snorlax and Corvic Knight, in that order. Snorlax is easily his most dangerous option. I didn't actually mean to hit that. Oh, shoot. Okay, battle animations are off. Sorry about that. I should have remembered. I also didn't realize that it was hailing in Sir Chester. Anyway, this should bring in Pincurchin, I believe. after this, it should be Corviknight. Okay, so we definitely can't use Strawberry for Rillaboom. They're too low. If I had remembered that it hailed in this town, I would have taught Strawberry Rest instead. Violet, we should be pretty comfortable to take one crunch. Oh yeah, very easy. I'm pretty sure this is going to knock me into citrus range. Yeah. That's why I didn't bother going for stuff cheats. Oh. I mean, I appreciate the crit, I'll take it. I do think Hop is the only one who's killed one of my Pokemon so far this run, but that was just because I was being reckless and dumb with my Goldeen. So I was mad at it for not being wishy-washy. Alright. Route 9 is up next. Crashed into an old man on my bike. all the cops. Don't tell me to run, Carkle. So, on the next route, we have 3 legitimate options. Actually, do we? Okay, no. We have 3 legitimate options. We can go fishing for Mew. We can get random grass encounters for Pincurchin. Or we can go surfing for Quillfish. Although, before we do any of that, I think... Actually, I should scroll through the rest of the route, but I'm still pretty sure that's it. I think I did this check at some point in the past. So while I wouldn't mind a defensive water type, we don't have a poison type yet. And our poison coverage is pretty limited, which is tricky because we do have some fairy type battles in the late game. My thought process was leaning toward Quillfish. Anyway, there are a couple of trainers that I think we can sneak past on our way down. But we'll try and have the team prepped for it so we don't have to make a ton of extra trips. And then there's a team yell duo, or no, just a single team yell fight. And that should be pretty manageable with just Ant-Man, by the look of the team. Yeah, just Dazzling Gleam on through, it should be fine. Well, there is a swimmer with a cloister, and that's kind of scary, but I think we'll wind up ducking back here for a team refresh before we have to deal with that. We'll go with that for now. I think we've actually had access to this part of this route for a little while now. I just never bothered to come down here because I was planning to wait until I had Quillfish until I had the ability to surf for my first encounter. Oh, I didn't even see her there. But we have the right Pokemon and we'll lead for her. I like Galarian Darumaka. Never have gotten to use Galarian Darmanitan because it's sort of exclusive. And I only ever bought Shield. Alright, let's swap Freerun for someone. Just don't want to risk over leveling. Oh, and let's reorder the team. Oh, I really need to put on battle animations. Oh, this is really funny. On one of my open tabs, I'm getting an ad for an Empire State Building tour, and I think that's because I've been playing Spider-Man, and to find a couple of the locations I was looking for, I googled a couple of spots in New York, because I wanted to figure out where they would be on the map. And now it thinks I have some sort of actual interest in New York. Okay, so a level 39 to 43 Quillfish. It will either have Brine or Poison Jab, but not both. And it will have Revenge and Pin Missile. That is the wrong Pokemon to take off the team. You know, I did just remember that at some point in the last couple of days I found an extra leftovers. I think. Yeah, I shook it out of a tree. Let's have both of those loose in my box. It'll save us some time. I wish I could get a Milcery. I really wanted one, but there was just nothing I could do to force it without, like, delaying the Route 4 encounter for several gyms and sinking a bunch of extra encounters into it. Even then, no, I don't think there was any way to force it because there was always a chance of Meowth and a couple other things. Yeah, I think Dot has the best setup into this thing. If it does know a water move... Then it won't know a poison move and I can use a grass type, right? Go. There's an argument to be made that it's reckless to be getting an encounter here at this stage. Also, it will know water. Yeah, it's pretty reckless to be getting an encounter here at this stage. Are there any pufferfish themed characters? Okay, well I can't use Mrs. Puff because she's like the tallest character in SpongeBob. Honestly, you know what? Ariel was the Little Mermaid after all. Yeah, that's a pretty terrible nature. I'm not sure if I would have preferred Swift Swim or not, but it's whatever. And unfortunately, this isn't Legends Arceus, so Ariel is not a valid candidate for Eviolite. Hi, Glalie. Alright, let's look ahead on the route again. Supposedly the TM for dive is somewhere around here. I have no idea where. I mean, it's not a big deal. The only Pokemon that I'd really be that interested in putting dive on is able to learn it through Move Reminder very freely. You're jumping at me, guys. You know, I'm kind of sad that I've never used Heightlocke. It's a fun design. I didn't mean to do that. What do you have? Maria... Marina... Okay, you're manageable. Not with this Pokemon, but you are generally manageable. And then this next thing only has counter. Really hard. Oh, I should have gone with Velma. Just realized he's still level 42. Oh well. Not sure why my computer just made that sound, but we're gonna ignore it for the moment. Big one to avoid is the swimmers, because one of them has a cloister. And that thing would be dangerous. In the interest of being aware that I'm not good at avoiding enemies in this game, though, I'm going to lead with the Pokemon who is best suited to be able to kill. There. Okay, we got a black belt. I'm pretty sure that's the... There are 2 black belts on the route, but both should be fine. Because they are both running pure fighting type movesets. I had to try. Okay, this is the one with the sock and the throw. Welcome to the stream, Bull. Oh, not even sturdy? Huh. Also, there's a tree somewhere on this route that I should try to pay a visit to. You're hurling yourself onto land, man type. That's how you dry up and die. Oh my gosh, the other one hadn't fully despawned. Oh, you piece of crap. Oh, interesting. There's a single fishing spot right there. Oh, sweet, rock slide. I'll take it. Where's the tree that I'm looking for? But who is the trainer? That's probably Layla with a Toxapex. Not very good drops, honestly, but oh well. Alright, last section of the route. I think the only trainer here is Marnie, but she might be listed... Oh, no, there are trainers listed here. Other than Marnie... So there are a couple of dancers hanging around in this area. And I think I'll just deal with them to... Yeah, okay, so I need to deal with them to get access to the tree. Unless... Oh, I can just go around. I might still kill them, just so I don't think I've already killed them. You jerk. Alright, I'll take the Rosalie Berry. Anyway, these two up front can easily deal with this pair. Then we're gonna have to figure out Marnie's team. I didn't really need the one-turn kill because, well... Zula is immune to Toxtricity's entire moveset and prevents any of the moves from targeting Dot. Yeah. It's gonna be like a 5-hit just to waste my time. Alright, so with that in mind, now we need the team that we're going to use for Marnie. And there's at least one extremely obvious inclusion. We're going to want Ant-Man in the mix. Unfortunately, I think it's still a good while before Ant-Man picks up. Whatchamacallit. Quiver Dance. That's the one that I was trying to think of. And Jupiter doesn't pick up Aura Wheel until level 55. Why? Oh yeah, Quiver Dance doesn't come alive until level 64. I think we'll keep Dot in the party. She should be pretty good for the Toxicroak, especially if we slap a Person Berry on her. Scrafty and Morpeko will come in after. So Ant-Man should be pretty alright. Just by having... Ant-Man should be pretty alright just by running, Draining Kiss to clear the Liepard. Morpeko has Spark and Bite. What's your deal, Jupiter? Do you have any usable coverage? She might be our best bet for her Morpeko. If we just run, like, Dig on you, maybe? That feels like it makes sense. I don't think we have a good use for Ed here. Ant-Man should be able to come in on Scrafty pretty comfortably as long as we're baiting a Dark-type move, which means we probably do want Gabimaru. I guess we could theoretically just keep Velma around, though. That might be better. Where's that Person Berry? How do I still only have 7 of these? I've been checking trees, I swear. not that. That was a misclick. I think this team should be fine. Now, where are my potions? And I could have sworn that Jupiter could learn Dig. Oh no, it can learn Brick Break. That's what I'm remembering. So I remember going through some coverage options that didn't work. You can learn Brick Break. You know, given Marnie's Morpeko is a higher level, and it might be going for Quick Attack, I think Revenge is actually the better move. I'll keep both around that way. If it goes for Torment instead, and we somehow underspeed so we don't get the kill, we'll still have a good move to go for. What moves are you running right now, Suika? We should be good. This shouldn't even be that difficult of a fight. I'm just trying to be cautious, because it would really suck to get to a part of the game where I have a difficult match and don't have the Pokemon I need for it because I lost it in a dumb way. I love how she knows Nasty Plot and doesn't have a special move. Now, if this thing survived, there was a chance I could have gotten this swag boost. Come on, swagger. Thank you. Really? Going for crunch. I mean, it doesn't really matter what it's going for as long as it's an attack and I can switch into it comfortably. Ant-Man is not durable in any sense of the word. Okay, we could have gotten a kill with Pollen Puff, I think. Okay, we're into Spikemuth. And it's going to be double battles through this place. Yeah, we have to beat 3 double battles to go forward. I'm probably just going to keep this nice and simple. Because we have some pretty good bug coverage and okay enough fighting coverage. Stuff like that. And fairy. So, who does well into this? Freerin should probably tag along. Velma should probably stay home. Let's keep someone around for sacking if we need to. I think that's the general strat. I thought it was double battles. No, it's paired 1-by-1 battles. Well, that's a lot less exciting, to be honest. I guess the double battles are the next gen, so yeah. It makes sense, I just thought it was different for some reason. Wait, it lived that? Damn! They're stronger than Marnie's Scrafty. Why are they showing up in pairs if that has nothing to do with what's happening? Okay, it's like, that should have been resisted. Yes, Azula is pretty frail, but not that frail. Not for a non-stab resisted attack. I did that right, didn't I? Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave Azula up front in case for some reason the next one does force me into back-to-back battles. Okay, or that. I assumed it would be shell armor. So it appears it's really all about just getting Pokemon in safely and making sure his Malamar doesn't have... Wait, hang on. Okay, so his Malamar can't know superpower. I don't know why I thought it could. Anyway, we're backing up because I realized I've forgotten something. Couple of items that we can get to in the wild area now that are potentially really good, so I'd like to do that. I didn't realize that I just couldn't leave from anywhere in the town. The thing is, I'm pretty sure I can fly to that if I wanted to. Oh, maybe not. I mean, it's not a huge deal. I can still walk in. Alright, we're gonna cut across the Lake of Outrage, because there are a couple of handy items over there. We'll hydrate last one. Now, at some point we will get an encounter over here, but not yet. So the encounter we want is Rotom, and it doesn't spawn lower than level 55. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. There's something else It's back here in Dusty Bowl. So all of the new stuff that we're grabbing is just stuff that was locked behind the ability to cross water. I gotta say, one of my favorite little details in Scarlet and Violet is the ability to bypass some of those obstacles with smart platforming and/or a Pokemon who can fly over the water and let's go. Why did low sweep have to be such a late game TM? Like, I get some of these somewhat, but low sweep? Also, the fact that Shadow Claw is the only decent physical ghost move, and it isn't available until the late game, unless your Pokemon gets it early by level up, is kind of ridiculous. It just kind of needlessly limits ghost types. I don't think there's anything that I need to get on the water here, but better to check than not. Okay. there is, I think, at least one decent TM on Axew's Eye. Hi, Gyarados. Hi, Haxorus. I know. Okay, Air Slash. I don't think we actually have a use for that, sadly enough. Because we don't have any decent flying types available in this run. Not just that we don't have any right now, we just don't get access to any. Alright. There are other stops on this little tour. I gotta love how this water just goes uphill. I don't want to catch a Yampa. Or to fight one, or to deal with one in any way. You know what's sad? I'm pretty sure most of these new attacking TMs just have a full-on disadvantage into the next chip. So you don't get access to them until now, and they're not useful now even when you have them. They're just kind of for the Champions Cup. And there's a stop near Turfield. Groudon. Just checking if there's anything to the side. Doesn't look like there is. Nothing in Holbury, I remember that. Yeah, I think that's everywhere we had to visit. Alright, a bit of resource gathering. But now we need to decide how we're going about beating Pierce. So let's just try and see if we can keep it to a simple chain of Pokemon. He leads with Scrafty, it has Fake Out and Brick Break, but we can pretty comfortably KO that with Ant-Man. In fact, I really don't think there's any reason to even change the general Ant-Man strategy. Now, because Skuntank doesn't carry a poison-type attack, the next Pokemon who will come out is either Obstagoon or Malamar. Obstagoon has Shadow Claw, Malamar has Psycho Cut. Malamar coming out is the ideal scenario there because we can go nuts with a bug type stab. Obstagoon is a little trickier because it can use Obstruct to cut our defenses. But it should still take a lot of damage from Dazzling Gleam or Pollen Puff. That said, I think I'm going to gamble on the assumption that Malamar is coming in next for the moment, just for the sake of argument. When Obstagoon comes in... Who do we want to deal with him? I feel like Strawberry would actually be decent, because it has Reckless instead of Guts. And that means we could get away with burning it, or we could just teach Strawberry Body Press to help deal with it. But in order to pull that off, we need to make sure that we're not going to attack into Obstruct. Skuntank is the trickiest one, I think. But Dot has a decent matchup. I think we want a Steel type with Assault Vest. Or, you know what would actually do well into that thing? Ed can come in on that. There's a chance it gets toxic, but we can teach it Facade for that. And otherwise, it takes it's not going to take really anything from Skuntank's moves, and we can teach it Dig. In fact, I'm not even sure we want Dot to be part of our main strategy. I think Dot is just a good catch-all in this matchup. Yeah, Dot is a decent backup for the Skuntank. That's about it. And then... yeah, I really do think this is just the team. Jupiter, we are gonna want you to have a Pecha Berry. And Dot, you're gonna need a Citrus Berry. You're fine as is. You should be fine as is. One thing we definitely want to be aware of is Skuntank's Aftermath, though, which I believe only triggers on contact. Yes. Strawberry might be a decent option there, or Suika. Because honestly, there's an argument for Suika being the right choice to come in and clean that up just with Sand Tomb, just slowly chipping it down. Okay, you already have Facade. I think we want Earth Power back on Strawberry. I don't know why I haven't taught this guy T-Wave yet. It already has Lick for random fishing chances for paralysis. Why not just get guaranteed paralysis? Yeah, I think I dropped Flamethrower for the moment. I think that's about it, though. That setup should cover me for this match. Gosh. Alright, we should be good to go. There's a TM in like the bottom right corner of this gym battle or something, and it bugs me that I can't get it. I like to imagine that he's not actually singing, he's just making faces into a microphone. I'm gonna get fake outed turn 1, but that's fine. That doesn't really affect anything that happens to me. So all I'm doing is going for draining this, which will get me back to full and probably knock this thing out. That wasn't even a hit? Oh. Okay, you're supposed to be sturdier than that. Really? You pulled that off, son. I think what it actually is that he was just choosing his moves at random, but still. I'm just kind of trying to stall until I'm confident that he's not going for sand attack, which might take a while. Second there, I thought my Nike cut out. Alright, we can try it again. Okay. Won't restore much, but it'll be a little. Some is better than none. Unless the none happens to be metal too, so then all bets are off. Okay. And I don't want to risk a crit shadow claw from this guy. I won't U-turn though, because I don't want anyone else to get hit by a massive counter. So the important thing right now is just to make sure that I never body press into his obstruct, because if I do, then I take a big hit to my defense, and I'm not prepared for the stun thing that comes out afterwards. gonna try something real quick. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna try clicking body press. And if he does instruct, then I can switch into Suika. Because body press on Torkoal is probably its strongest move since it doesn't have route. You just click throat chop into me like 5 times in a row. What the heck do you mean you don't do that? Moves. I do feel like he always seems to manage to end with Stuntank just because I feel like it's never the thing that comes out first in the turn order. In fact, yeah, because all of his other 3 Pokemon that... Both of his other Pokemon that aren't his lead have stronger Dark-type moves, and Dark-type coverage is the only thing this guy has. Should be safe for 1 Earth Power. Although it'll get hit by Snarl, so decreased damage, but even a crit wouldn't have killed me there. Alright, Suika, you can go ahead and wrap this up. I'm just letting him die to the burn. Not even going for Sand Tomb because that would give him a chance to get aftermath damage. Thought it was going to be one more turn. Oh no, it's not a TM that's just below his stage, it's choice guys. I don't want to go with this guy. Why am I being forcibly yanked out of the route? I mean, I know why. It's because they want me to see this cutscene. They don't want me to skip it in some way, but you can't fly out of here. Now, I would like to stop back at my friendly local Pokemon Center and then go and grab the choice specs. Okay, so after this, we have... No, we don't have another battle with Hop. Do we? Hang on. I feel like I'm getting mixed messages here. Not one on Route 9, but I could have sworn I saw another one on, like, Route 7 or something. No. Okay. I'm just imagining things, apparently. So, let's see. I'm not going to bother until I've got a battle coming up. I can't be bothered to change up my team proactively like that. Walk right a long ways. Oh, I can't. Yeah. Psychic only in this game could be fun. I think that would be interesting. Just because there are a lot of dark types in the late game. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm allowed to progress the story without visiting the tunnel. Anyway. Are we sure I don't have another battle with him? Or is it just that I have to read his text here? I'm pretty sure we don't have another battle with him, but just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna save, and if we do, I'm gonna reload, because if we do, that means that Bulbapedia and Cerebi are lying to him, and that would be a problem. Raihan, what's your deal for this upcoming fight? Okay, well, current level cap is 48, so we do have to play it pretty careful. Can't really remember what the gym test for this one is. Well, like, I can. It's double battles against weather. I just didn't remember the details. Okay, let's see. Heightlocke. Trainers. Tails and Turtonator might be tricky. Maybe Aerial and Minion, just to meet them directly with water coverage. Even then, that's not great. The trouble is, fire types aren't a great matchup for our team. We struggle with them a good bit. I think we do want Strawberry for that matchup. It should do well. Mainly because it can target the Turtonator. This should be fine for the gym challenge, honestly. It's not happening. Yeah, I'm not even bothering to figure out the actual gym battle with Raihan, because that one's kind of a pain to theory craft. You don't get much experience with doubles in this game. Thanks for the hydrate, Lastborn. Wait. Yeah, okay. Last time Lastborn redeemed hydrate, I didn't see it until 8 minutes later. This time... Where's my phone? Apparently I didn't even bring my phone over here. This time, it didn't happen until 8 minutes later. The lucky thing is that I'm pretty sure Strawberry won't see use in the gym battle, which means we should be okay to use it here without any real fear of over-leveling. Oh! Hang on. I should go and get my next encounter. It should be Rotom now that I have level 55 access. Lake of Outrage when it's raining or thundering in the overworld. So it's just a matter of making sure that it is raining or thundering. I don't think it is at the moment. Probably gonna have to, you know, time travel a little bit. Yeah. Alright, give it a sec. Weather is right there. June 15th, that's easy enough to reach. Apparently it rains on Christmas for this, which is weird. Anyway. gotta mash through some text first. I think I might have to, I think I might have to fully shut down the game, though. Ever think about how if this was an anime, Hop would 100% beat us by the power of friendship? Yeah, okay, we gotta fully shut down the game to do that. Wait, what the? Never mind, apparently it did something. I really thought it hadn't worked, because the whole wild area is supposed to be thunderstorming right. Now, there is one important thing. And that is, am I actually prepared to catch a Rotom? Because that'll be level 50. Oh wait, you know what? Because it'll be level 55 to 58. I could just repeat encounters until I get a level 55, which is my maximum right now. Or I could try and catch something else. Save myself the trouble. Yeah, okay, you know what? We're gonna catch something that we might actually get to use. Because we can't use Rotom until the Champion Cup anyway. We need normal weather in the Dust Bowl. In the Dusty Bowl. And then we can get random grass encounters to pick up an Applin at 10% odds. So, what's the weather in the Dusty Bowl right now? Overcast. How does overcast look for this thing? Nope. Alright, what date do we need for normal weather? March 15th will do the trick. Did I do that right? Okay, yes I did. For some reason I thought I had skipped a step. You know, I just remembered I'm pretty sure there's like a weather toggle button when I'm looking at the map that would save me the trouble of having to scroll to different areas. Yes, gotta love that reminder right as things are wrapping up. Yeah. I mean, it's all supposed to be normal weather. I don't know, maybe it's different in current year. Now, luckily, we don't even need to plan for this because he can't damage some of our team members. So I'm just gonna pull everyone out of the party real quick. Make this a one-mon type of job. Properly in the Dusty Bowl. Good. So it's just a matter of getting random encounters in the grass without getting sniped by some other thing. The other grass encounters are safe. Like, we really don't want to run into that coffin. So yeah, 2 of these are Pokemon that are legal encounters, but we've already got them locked behind Dupes Clause. Thankfully, we did pick up a Trem at one point. Unfortunately, Applin is only a 50% in here, so we got a lot to go through before we get it. I wish auto-battling was a thing so I could just clear out these overworld Pokemon without battling them. I don't want to accidentally trip over one of them and screw up my encounters. It's my biggest worry right now, because I would like to use Applin. Well, I'd like to use one of its evolved forms. I think I can only get Appleton in this game. but I could be wrong. So many double. So are you aware that you are too tall? Are you aware that I've already captured one of your kin and have no need for you? Not gonna lie, if I wasn't playing with Dupes Clause, there are probably Pokemon currently on my team that I would try and get a second encounter for, just to try and fish for another ability or something. Better nature. I love how we have one of these things and have never used it in a real battle, I believe. Maybe once. There we go. I've discovered the apple. I gotta check something really quick. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to double check, but... Sadly, there is no way to get a tart apple in Sword and Shield, at least not without the DLC. I did want to check one other thing, though. Heightlocke. The fact that lending the one dude an Applin gives you the item from the same game is so bullcrap. Okay, let's see. What do we want your name to be? I don't have any good ideas. I'm just gonna be lazy real quick. Alright, let's check your deal, UA. Oh. Ed. Gimme. Of course you're minus special attack nature. Why wouldn't you have the worst option? No, actually, the worst option would have been Jolly, because this thing isn't going to be fast even with a plus speed nature. Alright, do we have the apple? I decided to give up on the ghost types that I had slated for use because both of them have weak armor. And that's just not a great option for us. Like, I really don't know if we're ever going to have a good chance to use them. Also, I can't recall for certain, but I think it might not be possible to get Sinistee and and Poltegeist without them showing up in a raid den at this point. Alright. Well, the positive is that we can we have a dragon type now. UA, what moves do you have? Recycle could actually be decent. Leech Seed is very valuable. Recycle might not actually be that worth it if I've got Recover. But Apple Acid is cool. I really would have liked to pick up Flapple in this game, because having an offensive dragon would have been just a lot more valuable, especially considering when we get it. Alright, let's see here. We wanted you. 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 And you. You. And maybe you, I can't quite remember, but should be okay. I need to check something. Okay, I don't think Aqua Ring prevents burns. It should. I feel like it should, but it doesn't. Gotta remember some moves onto Strawberry. Where are those specs? I've already talked to you, haven't I? So the plan is to keep this nice and simple for the first one. Which just means electric move into Pelipper, fairy move into Sliboo. Okay, we can swap you out. I only needed you in person for that first one. As long as we get to change our team order before the next fight, it should be fine. We don't. Oh, we do. Thank goodness. Okay. These two should do all right. I am going to heal up those two in the back on the off chance that I have to use them for something. Okay, this is going really well so far. I'm pretty sure Strawberry will get the kill with Body Press. There we go. And now, Shell Trap only activates on contact, right? Yeah, physical move. Honestly, Strawberry is carrying an Assault Vest. And it resists. I think it can take one Shell Trap. Okay, then we got Halo. Oh, you know what? It has Icy Wind, not Blizzard. Okay, yeah, this should be fine then. Even if I miss a Blaze Kick, this should be fine. Now, the important thing with Raihan, or however the crap you're supposed to say his name, is that you generally want to have his Duraludon be alone on the field at the end. The other thing is just that there's a pretty high chance of death. Just generally. So, let's talk about Gigalith, and the unfortunate thing is that Bilbo is still not a legal Pokemon to use here. So he leads with Flygon and Gigalith. Flygon's not that much trouble as long as you can meet him with decent answers, but Gigalith can be a problem. And my immediate thought for a lead is these two. Because Dot and... or, wait, no. These two. Because Dot and Minion doubling down into Gigalith should be able to get the KO. What's Gigalith's base speed? 25. And what is the base speed on Wishy-Washy? There you are. 30. And Minion... Linear nature plus speed. Okay. Minion should be pretty comfortably able to outspeed the Gigalith. And that is important for once. Because we don't want Gigalith ripping a Sand Tomb into Azula. But we do want to manipulate the enemy into a couple of specific moves. If we lead these two, Flygon is pretty likely to go for a Thunder Punch into Minion. Gigalith has a decent chance of going for Body Press or Sand Tomb into Azula. The idea with Azula is, well, let's not let Gigalith get off the move. And with Azula out there, we are safe from Flygon's Thunder Punch. So if we can deal with the Gigalith turn 1, things get a lot more manageable with Sandaconda on the field, because that thing has limited options. You will not have time to set up Aqua Ring, I know that much. I think I'm actually approaching this from the wrong end of the fight. How am I supposed to deal with that Duraludon? Now, if we're talking simple answers to that question, Gabimaru is a surprisingly good answer into a lot of its moves, except for Stone Edge. But I think I can be pretty confident on when Stone Edge is and isn't coming. So if we're talking about that, first of all, is G-Max Depletion a spread move? I don't think so. But yeah, Gabimaru coming in is a pretty safe option in the first Raihan fight. Unless he's going for a steel type move. In which case, Azula is probably the best switch in there. Well, if he's going for a dragon type move, we do have two fairy types, but only one of them is good. With that said, I'm not opposed to sacking Tinkerbell at some point if we need to. Still, these two can come in on a lot of what Duraludon is going for. Sandaconda could be trouble, though. Because the way I'm seeing the strats, we double into Gigalith turn 1. Turn 2, I want to protect with Azula. Because that will give me some safety for Minion to go after Flygon with Ice Beam. I have a heavy metal. Metal coat, that's it. That's the word that I was trying to think of, but couldn't. But that would mean that it's Sandaconda and Duraludon both out in front when these two are there. Now that should give me some oh, that's tricky. Sandaconda, what are your stats? You're probably too fast. For Minion to outspeed. Is this an aerial moment? The trouble is just that I keep trying to use the... that I keep wanting to use the... I keep wanting to use Minion to deal with with all of the other stuff. Aerial with a choice scarf, maybe? Trouble is just that Aerial doesn't hit nearly as hard. We could do Minion with a choice scarf, but that would mean that it's Flygon and Duraludon at the end. But we might be able to work with that. Hang on, let me cook. There's no reason for the Duraludon to focus Uiharu if Gabimaru is on the field. So if I had something like this... No, that doesn't work, because I would want Uiharu to have the scarf to be able to Flygon. Welcome to the stream, King Ross. Hey, do you want to drop a glorp in chat? It's important. I should leave the Pokemon Center so y'all don't have to deal with the music inside of it. I can do all of this stuff outside the Pokemon Center. It's just handling the shift from the front line to the back line. It really is. So I don't think I have an air balloon. I don't even remember if there is an air balloon prior to the post game. In this game. Air balloon. Yeah, Sword and Shield, it's only in the battle tower. So I really can't afford... Also, I am pretty sure that last chatter was a bot. Oh, Spritzy's evolution isn't legal. The Heightlocke caps us at Pokemon 2 feet tall. Alright. I'm really just trying to sort out the Switch initiative to deal with Raihan. Because the trouble is, if I do it the way that I'm currently thinking, Sandaconda is just going to delete Gabimaru instantly. But... okay. New turn by turn. Azula and Minion lead. Double into the Gigalith. The Gigalith should die from 2 super effective hits, and Flygon should try and Thunder Punch Minion, which gives me some wiggle room. Then I have Azula U-turn out on the Sandaconda to bring in Ant-Man, who can pretty comfortably take anything other than Steel Wing from Flygon, which, well, okay. Sandaconda should actually give me some trouble if... You know... I think it's Uiharu. Uiharu can take the hit better. He isn't that worried about Sandaconda's Fire Fang. I should be safe from 1 Thunder Punch from Flygon. Like, Minion should be able to tank that. Although the minus defense nature isn't ideal. But Flygon probably shouldn't be going for Thunder Punch on turn 2 anyway. Okay, yeah, I think I'm cooking. Because Uiharu coming in on Earth Power should be pretty free. Then with Scarf, I'm pretty confident it outspeeds and one-shots the Sandaconda. That gives me a turn to work with... Yeah, so Flygon is either going to be going for Crunch or Breaking Swipe on that turn, because it should realize that Azula is blocking Thunder Punch. Even if it doesn't, I think Minion can take 1 Thunder Punch without dropping out of schooling. Then the question becomes... So if Duraludon gets off a G-Max... Oh, I'm juggling so many ideas here and none of them are quite coming together. G-Max depletion base power is like 130, right? Or no. 110 off of Breaking Swipe. still reasonable defense. Something like that? Or give me at least reasonable wiggle room to bounce around between their moves. I don't think I would want Ant-Man carrying Specs, though, just because if it's carrying Specs... Wait, I think I see the strat. Okay, I think I see it. Double into Gigalith turn 1. U-turn with both of my Pokemon on turn 2. That lets me fully redo the matchup. Azula will want to U-turn out fast into Uiharu. Minion can U-turn out slow into Ant-Man. Those two can deal with those guys on turn 2. There's no way that Sandaconda is going to be Fire Fanging into Minion, even if it was targeting it, which it shouldn't be, because regardless of what move it chooses, Sandaconda should be targeting Azula. Flygon's a little bit of a wild card. It could decide to go for a random breaking swipe. More likely it goes for either Crunch or, I guess, a second Thunder Punch if the AI decides to be dumb. The Gym Leader AI in this game is pretty decent, so once it knows that Azula is Lightning Rod, it shouldn't click Thunder Punch while Azula is on the field. But that gets Uiharu and Ant-Man in against those two. They can double kill the next turn. That will bring out Duraludon, who should absolutely go for Max Steel Spike into Gabimaru. And that's where I can start, or into Ant-Man, who I can switch out for Gabimaru, and that's where I can start picking up some advantages. Okay, I think I see the strat. Do I still want Dot in the mix, or is there a better option? There's an argument for Strawberry here, but I am a bit afraid of Stone Edge off of Duraludon. Trouble is just that Duraludon hits all of our tanky Pokemon pretty hard. I think we want that. Which means that makes some sense. Okay, I think we've got the strat now. Did I scroll past Protect without meaning to? I think I did. Let's check their movesets. Azula needs Iron Head and U-turn primarily. Yeah, and then we've got Protect in case we need to waste a turn on the Gigantimax. Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Protect, Liquidation. We want U-turn, not Ice Beam. Oh, I didn't mean to go back in. U-turn is TM. We want Hydro Pump in case we take a Breaking Swipe and still need to use a Water move. Actually, do we? Or is Ice Beam just better for that? It might just be better for that. I don't think it should matter, though. That moveset should be fine. As should that. Pollen Puff isn't likely to do anything for me here, but honestly, Ant-Man isn't here to do damage. Ant-Man is here to come in, pivot occasionally, and eat up dragon-type moves. And bait steel-type moves. I'm really thinking we should swap to leftovers on Dot. That makes more sense. Dot's kind of working as a physical tank right now. I think we do want to go through the full set of options for Minion, though. Do we have any good coverage moves that you can pick up? There's Earthquake, but I don't think we want that while we don't have a flying type in double battle. Water would be alright, but not that valuable. Scald could be an okay option in lieu of Hydro Pump. Because at least it has value into the Duraludon matchup. Can fish for a burn. If we didn't get one already from Gabimaru. I think that's okay. Alright, where are my leveling items? Okay, that should be a good setup. I think we got this. Okay. I was right at least that far. Alright, now it's time for the turn 2 pivot. They should not flick Thunder Punch while it's... however, Azula doesn't outspeed Flygon, so we're going to need a hard switch to make that work. Although, I don't even think we need to. Worst Flygon can do is punch us. I think we take that already. Our team can take a break this way. That saves anyone coming in from having to take it. There was a chance that it was going to go to Fire Fang because its physical attack is so much higher than its special. It wasn't likely, but I didn't want to play any risky games. Oh wow, Ant-Man is faster than Scar. We are. I shouldn't be surprised by that, it's just kind of funny though. Yeah, I know. Okay. Now for the important AI manipulation. It is a double switch. So, if there's a chance that it'll favor Gmax depletion just to excess, simply by, simply because they love to go for their signature move. And if it does that, it's going to do it into Uharu. I think Dot is the switching one. And then Ant-Man, you are about to take Iron Head. We want Gabimaru to take that instead. Should have refilled my battery at some point during this process. The thing is, I think I actually like the gym battle theme more before the Dynamax happens. Does Winter Steel Spike make contact? Contact move. I've never actually checked that. Now I should easily outpace the Durality. Yeah, I think the play here is just go for Protect. Even a max rockfall shouldn't finish me off. Unfortunately, this will be more... Now it should be going for body press. Oh, wait, what? How does it outspeed me? What? No! How is it faster than me? Oh, that sucks. I still had uses for that. Oh well, I've got other electric types and other steel types, just nothing else electric in me, which is why I wanted that thing. Alright, Minion, you can clean this up. does have the +1 defense, so there's no way I was going to do that. Maybe? You don't switch. You just get it. Minion, I'm gonna play it safe and have you switch. Okay, well, not as clean as I was hoping it would be. Oh well. I gotta remind myself of something real quick. .96 base speed, but I think I might have a minus speed nature or something on Azula because I remember having a terrible nature. Like minus speed plus special attack, that sounds accurate. Yeah, shut up. Move sucks anyway. I had access to Dragon Claw from the wild area for ages. Alright, well, rip Azula. You don't get to keep the metal coat. But yeah, I've got other electric types, other steel types. I can work with not having Azula around, it's just annoying. The last wild area encounter is going to be Rotom. Question is, should we really go and get that right now? Probably not. Especially since I'd have to time travel for it. And it's almost midnight. Might call it there. So we've got one last push for the rest of for the end of the run. All that we have left to do is cross Route 10 and then do all of the end game stuff, but I should probably take the time to plan a little bit ahead of time for that. Level 55 to 58. Uproar, Discharge, Trick, Substitute. Yeah, it would be just so handy to have a Pokemon that was immune to electric right now. Okay. I'll duck out here. Yeah, I think we just save here, call it a night, because I am tired. And I gotta do some planning for the string of final battles. Because I haven't looked that far ahead. No need to see if there are going to be any that are problems. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed. I appreciate you. I guess I'll double check and see if there's anyone I know to raid. There never is. I stream at a weird time. Appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. We'll be back tomorrow to hopefully finish up the run. Later, folks. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.